Damn you. Oh well. Yo. Oh. Hmm. Oh, fuck you, Cortex. Oh. Huh. Cool. Hmm. Huh. I'm not actually used to doing it that way, but... I'm pretty far up when I do that, though. See, the issue is that it likes to drop the input there. Can I actually just do that? No. Too far back. Issue. That should be almost fine, but... It likes to drop that input for some reason, now that it's switched back to 4x3. Thought I was dead there. Yeah, I jumped too early for that. Oh, fuck. Okay, Cortex didn't get knocked off. Good. Ooh. Don't you dare. Okay. There we go. That should work. I'm surprised I got that. Whoa, okay. Decently behind the cycle, but still. There we go. That's funny. I think I'm actually ready. I think I'm actually ready for runs. Oops. Now, all I really need to do at the moment is just... let's get into it. Nut. What kind of dubious plots do you have for me today? You know what would be funny? This would be absolutely hilarious. If the nut just acted worse on widescreen. Wait, what? Why am I comparing against average? Hell, even is my average 127? Or 125.87? Interesting. That's PB. That is basically what we're looking at. All of these times are fairly easily manageable. Whoa. Another glorious PB awaits. We shall see. I would hope so. That's the idea, at least. Two seconds, that's fine. Oh. 4x3, I'm not sure if the angles are slightly different. Something's slightly different. I have some... It feels slightly different. Some things like... I don't know if things like lag less or whatnot, but I know that there's like... It's slightly different. Okay. Yo, Xer, thanks for the good luck. Nuts a bitch. We all knew that. So, the good news is, because I have some good news, there's a decent chance that I will be moved downstairs into the basement by the end, by this weekend. Nice. Though if you watched Noah's tutorial, I would recommend seeing my Cursed Splash tutorial. Only because I know that Noah doesn't get Cursed Splash nearly as consistently as I do. It's definitely tighter than disc, but still more catchable than Xbox. Who's the new world record holder? Me? I've had the record consistently since September of last year. Beavis and Butthead reference. Interesting. Damn it. Hello, Mr. Liver. The non-liver. Damn straight, yeah. I've had the record for any percent since September of last year. So I've held it consistently for about a year now. And I've improved it 14 times, I think. 13 or 14 times. A year ago, which would be September 27th, 2023. The reason why I even know this is because I checked it. The record was 11:13. The documentary? Yes, I have. The sad thing is I got the sub 1040 a couple days ago, or I mean, not a couple days ago, a couple days after that, after it released. Sorry about that, Rico. Because it was like, watch him. It was like, watch him get the sub 1040, and then I got the sub 1040 like not that long after. And now look at this, we're on sub 1020 territory with the possibility of sub 1010 depending, but sub 1010 would be very optimized. It's already possible that this run might be like one of the most optimized categories in the entirety of Crash speedrunning. This category is like ridiculously optimized. To the point where like we really don't have much left. Like right now, theoretically, the lowest that I could get without changing strats, is like... is like a 1003. Is there a TAS one? There is, but it's not as, it's not up to date. What's the best time with the TAS? With the TAS, it's like low 950. The last PB I'll attempt, don't know yet. It depends. It depends on like what is possible, because like the thing is that so this is pretty much how I figure it's gonna go down. It's two things. One is that I get the sub 1020, and then I feel satisfied, which essentially means that I worked my ass off. I got a high 1010. Everything's like, you know, it's good, it's fine. I'm satisfied. That's option one. Option two is that I get a low 1010 and I know I can push it slightly further. If that's the case, then I am going to attempt to go for the sub 1010, and then I'll stop after sub 1010. Because unless new stuff is discovered, it's because here's the thing, right? So, the thing is that getting anything under 10 would require every strat. Every strat, basically. Like, I would have to at least attempt... I would have to reset on Giganut and TAS Nut, which are, like, really inconsistent. Probability being basically damned. So that way I could get a low... basically, like, get a 1 minute 20 second run. Or 1 minute 20 second, 1 minute 21 second hub 1. That is essentially, like, the key. After that, I essentially just have to play near perfect. Because there's, I think, at max, a 958, so I would have to play within 1 second of sum of best. 1 to 2 seconds of sum of best. So, like, the chances of it happening without any TAS strats is like nothing. And having to actually play... having to play at a tool-assisted level is basically, like, I don't know if I want to try to go for that. This is already one of the most optimized runs in Crash speedrunning. And it's mostly because it's one of the shortest runs. It's one of the shortest runs, and also we kind of, like, have eliminated a decent amount of the RNG required, because we skip the ant fight now, so we don't need to care about that. The only thing we need to care about that's RNG per se is ball glitch, and ball glitch has the ball... I actually got it twice in a row, like 20 minutes ago, but then I didn't get it again. But it's still, like, the consistency of ball glitch is so much higher than it used to be that it's, like, feasible to get in runs. Is there a run as optimized as Twins and Crash? Probably not. Yeah, I used to run Crash 2. I used to be top tier in Crash 2. Not so much anymore. Oh yeah, the CTR no major glitches is also, like, really optimized. I'm not sure if it's at... Right now, since I only have a 1020, I would say, like, the CTR no major glitches is probably more optimized, but I would say that once I reach, like, once I reach mid 1010, I'd say this run is the most optimized. I mean, also, take this into consideration, right? So, what made it? Because I wanted to. Rage? Not really. I'm not a rage person. I think raging is incredibly immature and childish. Especially if you take it out on other people. Or things that you have. I do get angry, but I wouldn't say rage. Well, I do want to test that out. There's another thing too that somebody basically told me that if you reset your OG Xbox, without the soft mod, apparently widescreen doesn't stick. And also I wanted to see if the game looked better in 4x3 with the Tink 4K. Because it did look better with the 5X in 16:9. But it's also a good thing to check. Just in case. I don't think it causes extra input delay, but it might cause extra lag. He was thinking about fucking me up. But yeah, you also have to bear this in mind that, like, Twinsanity is, I wouldn't say necessarily the easiest to optimize, but also has the most potential to be optimized because of all this other stuff. On a backwards compatible? No. You know how expensive those things are? I did find one when I was in Japan, but those cause extra lag. Are you sure about that, Sestain? Athena's been on edge because I had my friend over. I've mostly noticed it in rooftop. But I'm not sure because, like, here's the thing, right? Bigger screen means easier to see. And I'm blind as fuck. I do like running 100%. What I do in Japan, I studied Japanese. It was studying abroad. I have the record in 100%. Actually, I have the record in every category. But I've been focusing on any percent because there's work to be done. That's why I've been doing any percent. Going back to 100% soon once I'm done with any percent. See, I want to get the sub 104 because sub 104 is easily doable. I could speak it well. Well enough. My no dimension skip is 26 minutes, but my PB is no dimension skip. What does that mean? Oh, that's what that means. Okay. Finally, somebody got it right. So, it's because people didn't like the newer version of Dimension Skip. Because after Twin Split was found and everything, like, any percent went from easy as shit to hard as shit. And people did not like that, so they opted to do the older any percent. And then Cursed Splash was found, and then any percent's like, or any percent no dimension skip is like, yes, it came out in 2004. Any percent no dimension skip it is an archaic name. It's this thing that really, regardless of difficulty, I don't know. I really don't know about that. The argument that I can make there is, like, we have all levels. And, like, okay, wow, okay. Aren't even remotely the same. Yes, but I like to think about the leaderboards in terms of, like, functionality of what a category is. And especially, like, as I said the other day, I really think that it is important to kind of, like, know what categories people will run, and all this other stuff. I think that does matter just for the sake of, like, having the leaderboards, and also having functionality for, like, basically, like, giving people different options. But say, like, for example, having an entry-level category is very good because it makes people want to run. But maybe... I mean, I'm very, very, very biased because I don't like the category. If there's another category that we could do to put those tricks to use. Oh yeah, that is, like, basically impossible to fathom. I don't understand how you could like that category. Okay, this isn't bad. Got screwed over because of poor devs. I wouldn't say because of poor devs, poor dev decisions. They had they had bad leadership. 20 minutes of gameplay? No. Yo, Alf. Like, the game had a year and a half. The very first prototype was a year and a half before the game was actually distributed to the public. They had a lot of time. The devs even said, like, the publishers gave them way more time than they deserved. It was just because of poor leadership and poor decisions. That's what it boils down to with this game. They had the time, they had the resources, they had the expertise because they had access to all this other stuff. Fans, oh no, they're always bad. They're all remakes that are made by, for a game like this, all remakes that are made by like amateur devs will never be up to standard. It's impossible unless the people make money off of it, which then they'll get sued to the fucking brim, and they will be forced to get it taken down. Music's good, yeah, but yeah, see, that is like the biggest thing that, like, everybody, it comes up in my chat all the time. What about a remake? What about this? What about that? It's like, no, none of it can happen because the conditions to make something that would be anything outside of, like, nostalgia are close to zero. I bet you, like, when that remake gets finished, most people that will play it for nostalgia and then drop it and never pick it back up. And then the devs are probably going to do the same thing. It's like, well, we did all this, we learned this stuff, why don't we start making money off of this instead of wasting our times? A group to buy the rights to develop Twinsanity? Well, they have to get millions of dollars because you have to buy, like, a very lucrative whatever. Yeah, the thing is Rayman is owned by Ubisoft, which I don't think Ubisoft cares to go in and sue people that are doing something like that, because it's like the two camps, the two different camps. One side wants to protect their intellectual property, which is basically where Nintendo's at, where like XYZ is at, and then you have Activision, which I don't think Microsoft actually owns Crash. I believe that is purely Activision. if Activision goes under, like, they can sell Microsoft the rights, but I don't believe Microsoft actually owns the rights. If it's so lucrative. You realize the legacy that Crash Bandicoot had, right? Microsoft owns Activision, but it's complicated because the whole thing about this stuff is that it's complicated because of the fact that, like, yes, Microsoft can own Activision, but that does not mean that necessarily Microsoft owns everything Activision owns, because that is a totally different legal battle. Yes, Microsoft can own Activision, but Activision owns all of the legal rights to all of their proprietary stuff, all of their intellectual property. Microsoft can't technically dip into it because that's an entirely different legal process within a company. Just because, like, let's give a really good example. A really good example. I believe Ratchet and Clank was never owned by Sony, but owned by Insomniac, which was owned by Sony until they left Sony, as far as I am aware. Basically, like, they still owned most of the stuff. The thing is that Activision is more like a secondary company. Basically, just like Sega is technically, or at least technically was owned by Nintendo as a secondary, as like a, basically like a secondary developer, a second-party developer, essentially an in-between between Nintendo and the people, the subsidiaries of Sega that would make all this other stuff. Insomniac wasn't a Sony company until Spider-Man? Maybe. But, anyways, it's still a thing where it's like, Microsoft does not own Crash. They would have to go through different legal processes for that. Activision owns Crash. So that would mean that if somebody like made something proprietary of Crash without permission, it would not be Microsoft's lawyers. Microsoft might aid in giving them money for that, but it's Activision that would be going after them. It's the same thing that, like, say, like, even though Activision Blizzard was still a merger, Blizzard still owns, basically, World of Warcraft and all that other stuff, and Activision doesn't touch that stuff. It's because those are, like, two completely different things. Even though they merged into the same company, they act as subsidiaries of each other, but they help each other out. Essentially, like, a lot of, like, the revenue and all that stuff kind of gets put together. Wouldn't Microsoft be involved? Crash does it feel right when it's not on a PlayStation? I don't agree with that. I don't understand. Like, I'm playing Crash Bandicoot on an Xbox. It's perfectly fine. Wouldn't Microsoft be involved? It can be involved with that, but they don't have to be involved with it, is the thing. They can be, but they don't have to be. But then again, at the same time, Microsoft can basically, like, mess with Activision's budget. Basically putting pressure on them to put Call of Duty on the Xbox consoles and on PC over PlayStation. So Microsoft can manipulate, but they can manipulate, but not necessarily directly control Call of Duty, because Call of Duty is an Activision IP. It would be the same thing if they wanted to do Guitar Hero, because Guitar Hero, I believe, is an Activision IP. Made by whichever developer. So, essentially, like, yes, Microsoft has a finger in that pie, but it doesn't mean that Microsoft has total control over that. They would have to actually buy the rights still. It's kind of weird how that works, because they can have fingers in the pie, but they don't own it. Activision owns it. Corporate greed is awful, yeah. Because the thing is they have to go through, like, lawyers and all this other stuff to basically transfer rights, because you can't just, like, automatically go through with that unless it's part of the deal. And because Crash Bandicoot is a very, very lucrative IP with a lot of history. Crash Bandicoot is was and still kind of is incredibly popular. So that IP is worth millions and millions and millions of dollars, which is why an indie company can't just go and say, hey, I want to buy the rights because it's... I should have studied law? Hell no. Essentially, like, they can't just say, get a loan of a couple $100,000. You would need several million to buy Crash Bandicoot from Activision, and that's assuming that Activision wants to actually sell the rights. Now, if Activision gets completely... If Activision becomes disabled? Or, not disabled, like, if they basically, like, go under, then they basically will do, like, a clearance thing to sell the stuff so that way people at least get their money. It's kind of like with Kingdom Hearts. That's different because it's a Western... That's an Eastern... Kingdom Hearts is Eastern. So, like, a lot of that stuff, while they made a lot of deals with it, they don't want to release another Crash game. That does not change how much it's worth. It's worth a lot of fucking money. You can't just go in and say, like, oh, well, a couple of, like, startup developers who probably spent, took a loan of, like, $10,000 to make a company cannot afford something that is several $1,000,000. That's not feasible. Even with crowdfunding, that's not fucking feasible, because what's gonna happen? If they trust them, are you sure they're gonna actually take those millions of dollars to buy Crash Bandicoot? They might just fucking make their own game instead. That would be the smart move. Even if it's against what people are saying, it would be the smarter move to make a game with that money rather than buy an IP and then start from scratch when they have no money to buy any proprietary programs, because you would need to have, like, company-grade programs to make a good game. Most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. All of that idea, all of that money would be better suited for other things. That's why indie developers aren't just going to buy Crash Bandicoot to make a new Crash Bandicoot game, because, one, what if it fails? Two, if it fails, you just wasted not just your money, but all the crowdfunding money, millions of fucking dollars down the tube for a piece of shit. And on top of that, Activision highly values it. That doesn't mean that they are going to value it in terms of, like, making another game, because if they don't think the money's there, they're not going to do it. But at the same fucking time, when you think about it just logically, that's not going to happen. It's not possible, because they're still going to view it very highly, because they could give the rights that they are never going to give the rights. They would never do it. They wouldn't also get a franchise like Halo, but they could put their pie in that. They could put the finger in the pie, but Halo is more lucrative than Crash Bandicoot. It's like, it just... It just can't happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not that I'm passionate about it. It's like, I think about it a lot, because, I mean, think about it. You know, with the state of video games, the state of the whole industry and everything, it's everything that people say, like, remaster. Right? Because, like, the thing is I think about this a lot, because I do love video games. I've been playing video games my entire life. Video games are the reason why I have, like, coordination skills, because I have two different diseases that cause me issues with my motor skills. I have fibromyalgia, which is a pain disorder, also messes up your coordination, and I have dyspraxia on top of that. Without video games, I probably wouldn't even easily be able to tie my shoes, because I wasn't allowed to get therapy because my test scores were too high. It's really fucking stupid, but anyways, I wasn't able to get help, so video games were the reason that I can even, like, function properly. And it's just like, the thing is you go with corporate greed, and here's the other thing too, and this is something that people don't really understand, is that the media industry, the mass media industry, which would basically mean art, theater, movies, television, radio, all of the mass media industry. If you look at all this stuff, what's happening in video games right now is the exact same thing that happened with music a couple decades ago. All of that. Dyspraxia. Why won't Nintendo buy Crash? Because they're an Eastern company. It's a completely different, like, the thing is that Japanese companies operate very, very, very differently. Very, 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 very differently. They operate very differently. Especially, like, Japan right now, with a lot of the stagnation, is caused by a lot of, like, the way that the corporations are run. They don't want to make any risks. They don't want to take any risks. They just don't. They're not gonna buy some IP and then just basically, like, go off of that, because Nintendo has never really been about buying IPs. Nintendo wants their own property. And reminder, Nintendo has been around for 170 years at this point. Like, and Eastern companies in general, like, you could basically say, listen, Sega's different. Yes, Sega is very different. Because Sega came from, or started out as a Western company that was bought up in the East for a whole bunch of different things. Also has ties to the Yakuza, which they tend to be, it can be either or, whether they're going to be conservative or more progressive. It's like a lot of this stuff, and also Sega is more in tune with its international fans. Nintendo is still very, very, very Japanese oriented. But if you look at, you know, Square Enix, which Square Enix is kind of either or, but Square Enix has had to deal with a lot of Western companies because of Kingdom Hearts and all this stuff, Final Fantasy, you know, like, they understand the other markets. Nintendo cares, but only to a certain point. And also, Nintendo doesn't need Crash, yeah. Nintendo is not interested in growing. Nintendo's very stable. Western companies are way more interested in growing. That's kind of like... So, basically, looking at that is like looking at it from the Western lens and not the Eastern lens, because the way of thinking, their culture, everything, all of that stuff is very, very different. And you also have to remember the way Japanese people are. They are very pro whatever they like. If a Japanese person is a Nintendo person, they will stick with Nintendo for life. That's just part of the culture. No, because, like, I've studied Japanese, I've lived there for several months. All this other stuff, like, it is just, it's part of their culture. So Nintendo doesn't need to innovate and change that much. They just need to make sure that they keep the faith of their Japanese consumers. It is basically like Japan has been kind of stagnant. Well, it's for a lot more than that. Like I said, that kind of thing, which I can't easily explain, I've learned about it because, like, I did learn about it while I was in Japan. I took classes on it. There's a lot of reasons for the stagnant economy of Japan. There's a lot of reasons, a lot of things. Oh, Japan's economy is stagnant because there's no innovation. But there's so much to talk about with that. The aging population, and the thing is that those people, very, very specifically, they want to make sure that they keep their money. because they are more interested in making sure that their finances are secure, because they came from the bubble economy. Bubble economy was when only one person in the house had to work. One person would raise the family. It was typically the woman, but not all the time. Japan actually also had house husbands and all that stuff. And basically a whole bunch of that is because those people are more concerned about a financially stable future, even though they're like 50-some years old, and retirement is at like age 70-something, and they don't get that much money. They need to save up that money so that way they don't die when they're like 75 to 78 years old and they can't take care of themselves. So essentially, and they're also living with their parents because they have no choice. So people aren't making kids, and then the thing is that the younger people have to work because the economy is down. The ideals of like working, people work with their companies for life. They dedicate their lives to their companies. That's just a cultural thing. So they don't have time to have kids. They don't have the resources to get kids because they don't get maternity leave. They don't get paternity leave. It's much less than what we get, and it's just a whole bunch of just fuckery. It's a whole bunch of fuckery. So, and mind you, these people do live in good conditions. Like, it's not like they're poor. They are not by any means poor. But they don't have the finances to start a family, and they're too old for that. For example, women, for example, if they're past the age of, I think, 25 and they're unmarried, they are considered used goods. They can't get married. Marriage is very important in Japanese culture. Very important, much more important than us. It is also because both men and women work, yes. And the thing is that, and because of this, which is an interesting opportunity for people who like Japanese women. You do you, buddy. But, like, they are more slightly older women are more interested in marrying foreigners because the foreigners will take them over a Japanese man. Because of that. And but the thing is, as well, people aren't going into trades, as well. It's causing so many fucking problems. Japan is getting fucked. Japan is really getting fucked. Their infrastructure is getting weaker because their workforce is like 50, 60 plus. It's not, you know, like us where we're in our like 20s and 30s, where most people enter the workforce. What if they go back to the man work and women stay home? Then they're fucked because they can't make enough money to sustain a household. Like, it's not the thing of like here where it's, you know, like the pro-feminism, all this other stuff kind of movement where it's not basically like that. They do it because they kind of have to. And like 10, 20 years ago, the reason why, 10, 20, 30 years ago, the reason why there was the shift of both men and women working, at least in the United States, the reason why that became a thing was mostly because of the feminist movement. Now, the problem has become not necessarily because of that. We can't sustain a family and all of this other stuff if only one person in the house works. It's not possible anymore. It doesn't work that way anymore because the thing is wages are way too low. Wages are too low, economy is too bad, it's not possible. But in Japan, the reason why that kind of became a thing was because they had to. Exactly. Like, back when, just like a couple decades ago when it was more traditional where the woman stayed home with the kids or you know, sometimes it was the men. Honestly, I think it's good for one parent to stay home. Mind you, I say one parent. Mind you, I am technically disabled, so this may be my future. That I am going to be the stay-at-home person because I can't work physically when I get older. Like, I'm on borrowed time right now. I think it's better for that. Because when you look at statistics, if you don't have, you know, if both of your parents work and they don't get to take care of the kids psychologically have problems. The kids psychologically have problems if they don't have so much contact. It's one of the reasons why we have so many issues with that. You have a chance of being on dialysis? Damn. But it's like, the thing is that it is all caused, and I will tell you, it's not a matter of all of this stuff, because everybody's saying like, oh, pro-feminist this, anti-feminist that, pro this, pro that. No, none of this fucking matters. None of that fucking matters. The thing is like, we're having issues in society. But all of this basically, like, kind of rolls into why corporations are doing the way that they think. The whole thing, the whole problem. And I'm not gonna say anything. Honestly, I think it's a good thing that women are working. That is actually a good thing. I don't mind the fact that people should be able to choose whatever they want, but it also shouldn't be stigmatized to do other things. I know this very well because I am disabled. But the thing is like, everybody's saying like, oh, he said, she said, blah, 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 and none of that fucking matters. And everybody should stop thinking or talking about that, and everybody should stop fucking hating on each other. Just understand that things are the way that they are because of the fact that they just are how they are. In Japan right now, a lot of it is based on the fact that they can't do that. Yes, I'm technically disabled. I have fibromyalgia. I can't work a normal job. It's physically impossible for me. And of course I can't talk about it because I won't get hired, but yes, I am technically disabled. I can be as able-bodied as I can be, but I will eventually not be able to work properly. That's not the reason why I stream. I would like to get more income from streaming, but that doesn't mean anything. I don't blame anybody, man. There's no point. I look at all this shit. There's no fucking point. We shouldn't be blaming. We should just look at this shit and be like, okay, this is where we are. Just figure out where the problems are and try to fix them, instead of saying, oh, well, it's because of these people. Oh, it's because of immigrants. Oh, it's because of this. Oh, it's because of that. Oh, it's because somebody is not of the right gender orientation. None of that fucking matters. People are people. And this is also kind of spewing over from yesterday. None of this fucking matters. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect anybody. Fibromyalgia is a disease where you feel constant pain, and it never stops. Oh no, I'm not angry at you. I'm just kind of like saying. So fibromyalgia is basically like a disease where you feel constant pain and it never stops. Sometimes it flares up depending on if the season changes, if it gets too cold, if it gets too hot, if it starts raining, if the humidity changes, if your stress levels are too high, if your stress levels change, if there was something, like, say, I'm pretty sure an earthquake causes more pain. It can cause you to be bedridden. It can cause you to have toilet issues. If you eat the wrong thing, you get a bunch of pain. If you think about this, I'm not on pain meds. No. It also causes severe fatigue. It causes sleep issues. It causes brain fog, and it makes basically every single, like, menial task, like mopping. I can't mop. The other issue that I have is dyspraxia, which causes coordination problems, and also it can also cause you could get overwhelmed by your senses and cause you to have panic attacks. So like if you're in a like a crowded area, you might become really overwhelmed, but it also causes like serious coordination issues. Ahora mismo, 5. Pero normalmente es que antes de estoy en Japón, literalmente cada día estaba en 7. Pero ahora mismo 5 nada más, es que no hay mucho. Hope you get better? No, it doesn't get better. No, none of that gets better. It only gets worse over time. You can. No, there is no cure for fibromyalgia. I don't take pain medication either. Even though there are medications for it, it's like it's not that. Well, yeah, I speak Spanish. I speak Spanish and I speak Japanese. But it's like I wouldn't say it's degenerative, but the thing is since your body gets weaker over time, fibromyalgia gets worse as you get older. It's not necessarily that it degenerates; it stays the same. I don't know what ALS is, but you can't just use to have fibro. Why don't I take pain medication? Because I'm American, yes. I don't take pain medication, or rather, like, okay, so I have opioids, but opioids are addictive. Why would I want to do that? That's 1. 2 is, like, if I take SSRIs, I think it was SSRIs, NSAIDs. I have ADHD. But the thing is like, it's not degenerative, it's just it's difficult. Oh no, I don't have anything sclerosis related. But no, the thing is like, it's very, very bad. Fibromyalgia is very bad. It is it's not like completely debilitating most of the time, but it means that if I'm under the wrong conditions, I will be fucked for a while. Like, if I overdo it way too much, I could literally just not get out of bed the next morning. But then usually the day afterwards, I can get back up. I'm against taking marijuana. For myself. Not for other people. I'm against it for myself. The thing is like, I'd rather get it. MS? Oh, MS is bad. You could maintain your strength with fibromyalgia to at least to some extent. Oh, come on, dude. There's no fucking way that just happened. I've never seen that happen. But no, it's like, the thing is that is my reality. Is it because I have a fear of mental illness? Why are you asking these questions? No, I don't have a fear of mental illness. That is actually something that, honestly, you shouldn't ever ask a person. No, the thing is I can deal with it. Most of the time. There are times where I can't, but the thing is none of that stuff is going to necessarily be any permanent fix. ADHD stuff is fine. But no, don't you ever ask me that fucking question. I have never seen a question that actually fucking pissed me off before, and I am actually pissed. Not to be rude. Yeah, you should pick your fucking questions better. Ask somebody that actually has to deal with a lot of stuff. Are you afraid of mental illness? Actually, no, that has inspired my wrath. You better fucking be careful or you will get banned. And you can ask anybody in my chat. I've never been this fucking angry. Buenas. ¿Qué tal? Why aren't European and Asian cartoons as popular? Because... just... they're not as much in the media. They're not as much a part of pop culture. It was just clues. Okay. Let me put this into a perspective so you can understand where I'm coming from with this. The Great Cornholio. I don't care. Like, here's the thing, right? You have to deal with a lot of things on a daily basis. Everybody has to go through with things on a daily basis. And the thing is like, when you're going through something and somebody just says something like that, it is incredibly uncalled for. And usually I am okay with it. But if you go through with something that is that uncalled for, you could say so many other things. But no, that was just like, and maybe I'm the one that's kind of being an asshole, and to be honest, I don't care, because I have to deal with this on a daily basis, and it's fine. Like, I deal with it. No, I'm not talking about the thing. Okay, I appreciate that. And no, listen. Like, the thing is... What? Hang on, I gotta do this. Yeah, and I can say that, I have to take care of something. Give me a second. I have to mute. I gotta call my mom real quick. Change the dashboard. You okay, I'll show you. Hang on. Okay, so you go over to your game, you press start, and then you launch in PAL mode. If that doesn't work, then your dashboard might not be good for that. You might have to do some other things with that, but okay. Let's get back to doing runs. But yes, the whole thing of why Eastern companies think differently, it just goes back to the ideals of the workforce, which, due to cultural things and also because of the fact that the people that are in those places just have ideals of trying to, like, not do anything risky. Goes back to the bubble economy before they were doing that. Yes, I'm on native hardware. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Ouch. So yeah, if you ever hear me, like, say, like, oh, I'm hurting or whatever, all that is just because, like, well, yeah, I just feel pain. Did I physically jailbreak it? I mean, you could soft mod it. It's not that hard. I mean, OG Xbox is not hard to soft mod. It's like... Nowadays, all you need is just, an attachment that allows you to use a USB, a thumb drive that is small enough to be compatible. That's all you need to do. Need a specific game? Not anymore. It used to be that way up until earlier this year. They found another exploit where all you need is just the save file. You don't need a game. You just need the attachment. The attachment, to allow you to basically, like, read the thumb drive, and it also does need to be formatted in a specific format. But outside of that, it's not that bad. It says 60, but you're not getting slide glitch. Are you sure you're not getting slide glitch? Like, the best way to test it is to do a slide jump and then just hard shift left or right. It's different. And you have to have a specific program for it. You can't just do FAT32. Xbox has its own, as far as I remember. The way that you could tell if you get slide glitch is if you slide going forward and then shift 90 degrees left or right. And if you do not get slide glitch after doing this like 20 or 30 times, or possibly even 40, you're probably in 50. But it may also depending on how things go, it might be a different, what's it called? It might be running at 50 in 60 FPS, which basically means that it is running faster than it is supposed to. That is a possibility that can happen if you don't have your settings correct. I don't think I've had it happen on Twins, but that would also be very noticeable, yes. But not everybody would be able to notice it, I don't think. If they're not familiar with the game. It would be incredibly noticeable for us, though. I hope so. I would like to see... Yo. I would like to see... a 360 soft mod. Because in places where you can't get the OG Xbox... or get an OG Xbox, 360s are usually abundant enough to be gotten. Like, Latin America, it's very difficult to find an OG Xbox, but it is not that difficult to find a 360. Especially in Brazil. So, if we could basically have a soft-modded 360, which they don't have a proper soft mod. One exists for, like, a very old dashboard, but you would basically need to make sure that it's not... You would need to get, like, a specific version of the 360 and then just not having it updated. No, Slims are not soft moddable. Slims can be soft modded or hard modded by using soldering and not with a chip. That is a different thing. Soft modding is you do it with no hardware manipulation. Yes. I would know because I looked that up. I looked that up very recently. Multi-region mode does not have a yes option. It might be better to go... Yeah, if it's on PAL, you can't do multi-region. Did you also fully full restart? Because sometimes you have to full restart the console. To make the changes take effect. Maybe you guys should take it to DMs. Because there is a way to do it, but it is also flooding my chat. Okay. Second behind, it's not bad. Okay. I'm surprised I got all that way over. Not normal. Damn it. Fell off too early. From an app, Live Sweat. It's called Live Sweat. I'm surprised you haven't checked that. I thought you were gonna wanted to do speedrunning like months ago. Like, if you're just thinking about doing it, just do it. Like, I don't... It's not gonna, like... You won't know until you do it. You can ask as many questions as you want. All this other stuff. You will not know what it's like to do speedrunning until you do it. But also, if you're just kind of casually doing stuff, you still won't necessarily know if it's right for you. Unless you, like, go in, you start trying to learn new things. Of life getting in the way? What does that mean? I mean, speedrunning is like any other hobby. It's playing piano, playing an instrument, it's always time-consuming. There's no... If you have the time to do it, you will make it work. If you don't have the time to do it, you won't make it work. It's that quickly. It's that easy. Like, that's how all hobbies are. Speedrunning is like... If you can make it work, you'll do it. If you can't make it work, you won't do it. If you sit and do nothing, you're just going to regret. You're going to regret, like, maybe I should have tried. I never would have known. And maybe you'll be happy that you did. Or you're like, wow, this sucks, I don't want to do this. Well, then you learned, hey, you don't like doing this. It's not a waste of time. You learn something new about who you are as a person. And you try it, you don't like it, boom. I mean, if you have a laptop that can run an emulator, you can do it. Yeah, exactly. Emulation can basically, like, solve that issue. If you have a laptop or even, like, a toaster, you can figure out a way to make it work. That's what a lot of us started out on with some games. Emulator. There's a lot of people that, like, you know, it's hard to... It's a lot of money to get, like, an upscaler, an OG Xbox, or a console, and then the game, and all this other stuff. Anxiety? What makes you anxious about running a game with a timer? That's the thing, is like, you're just playing the game with a timer. You'll learn new stuff. To stream? You don't have to stream to speedrun. It's better to stream if you are like a top runner, so that way people know, like, they have evidence to see that, like, okay, you can actually do this. But when you're starting out, like, you don't need to stream. You don't need to do any of this stuff, what I'm doing. You don't have to do any of it. You just record yourself and just do it. Even top level doesn't need to be streamed. This is true, but... why would you think about it in the background and get worried? Like... You're just recording yourself playing a video game with a timer. And yeah, if you're learning, you don't have to record yourself. That's what practice is for. That's what learning is for. I don't always... I get a little self-conscious when I'm, like, doing a run of something new and I can't do it well. Everybody does. I mean, it looks like I don't, but I do. I don't know about that. Drop the jump. I've been at this a while, and just recording is very different. Modern PCSX2 is nice. Yeah, modern PCSX2 is nice. Honestly, I would say that... why do I say that? I've been a speedrunner a long time. I've been a streamer for a long time. A lot of this stuff, a lot of these thoughts are literally just you thinking about things that, like, that don't really matter. And if you're just recording yourself playing a game, it's like, well, just playing the game, and then you upload a file. It's not that different from... it's not different. It's not that different from just playing the game. You just record and you do it, and then you upload it, and then you wait for it to get verified. There you go. And then it's like, well, I don't like this time. Cool. Beat it. Of what newbies think? I don't think that you're qualified, because I don't... like you said, you're not a speedrunner. I don't think that you can say this is what newbies think, because, like, you haven't done it. Like I said, you can't understand what it is like to do it unless you do it. I would know. I have been a speedrunner for almost 15 years. You can't just come in and say, this is what somebody will think, because everybody's different, number one, and number two is that the experience is very different. The runner rules kind of screw you up. Just look at the rules. That's it. It's not... let me look at this for a second. Hang on. What game? I will explain it to you. I understand most of the lingo and all this other stuff. I will explain it to you. Whatever you don't understand. Thanks for the good luck. You said you wanted to play which game? Was it Rayman Legends? Can you even play that game on emulator? They do not. Rayman Legends. Show rules. Video proof is required. Rayman Legends does not do emulator. Why would it be... the runner rules that appear on the site. Hang on a second. Let me see here. Timing starts on first input. The intro cutscene does not count towards your time. Ah. Timing ends upon the last. Basically, what that means is that all it means is you just take the timer and then look at my timer, right? So you see it's minus 0.5. So from the first title, you basically just have a time that counts down until approximately what would be first input. So like, I mean, let me just take this. Let me look at a different why did none of these like runs have? Well, that's annoying. They don't do that. Why are they not doing that? It makes so much sense to just like have like a. Why do they just? Huh? All you have to do is just like say however much time it goes from title screen to first input, and you just time it and then put it as like a minus on your live split, and then just do the final split where it says, which is the final teensy. It's, I can understand this is stupid. Like, it shouldn't be that you would have to time it all the time. It's like with Twinsanity, it's like you basically, I can wait until I press both. Like, what I do is I use my middle finger to hit the split key at the same time I press A. And there we go. That's all I do to start the run. And then I end the run when the run is supposed to be and when the run is supposed to end, which means when the health bar of the boss disappears, which I can't always time correctly. I always go back and I edit it in post, so that way I know exactly what time I got. Because I like having my times being as accurate as possible. But it's a very simple, a lot of the stuff is simple solutions. And yeah, basically what Draco said, you don't have to conform with the rules if you don't want to. And sometimes the moderators might even adjust it for you. Crash Twinsanity mods actually adjust the times accordingly if there's like any discrepancies. I always retime my own runs, if need be, especially if I get like a new best seg or something. I will retime them myself to make sure that they're accurate, so that way we have better math. It's... But it also kind of sounds like a headache for somebody who's new to speedrunning to come into. Better to be left with a game that like has a very clear and very easy like start and end times, like Crash Twinsanity, and also where you could just kind of like press the A button and also start your split at the same time. It's very easy. Anything else is kind of annoying, like Crash 2, for example, starts from new game, and that is minus 12.95, I think. So you just start from title screen, but timing starts upon first input, and it takes about 12.95 seconds to actually get to the actual game. Something like that. So it's a countdown timer, essentially. It doesn't have to be hyper accurate, it just needs to be accurate enough. And nobody's gonna fault you, especially if it's your first run, if things aren't timed correctly. Because I don't know any moderator that doesn't understand that if somebody does something incorrectly, that they're just gonna be like, oh, well, fuck you, you just learn how to do it correctly. Usually they'll fix it for you, and even explain, like, hey, look, this is what happened, you could do this, and that, and they will tell you. They're not gonna be evil. They're just going to, they will explain it to you, like, hey, you know, this is how things work, this is how we do these things, please keep it in mind for next time. And they'll lay it out for you. It's what I would do. Like, if I saw somebody that were playing Twinsanity and they didn't time things correctly. Like, let's just say, for example, they waited until the credits to end their run. I would literally tell them, like, hey, look, just for future reference, timing ends here. We're not going to reject your time or anything. We'll actually adjust it for you, because they can modify it. The moderators can actually modify your time in post. And I have seen that happen in Twinsanity a couple of times. Sometimes were readjusted after the fact. Because sometimes somebody got a time and split, but those, like, differences, the person actually got a faster time, since we do it by seconds, not by centiseconds. So, how dare you miss 1 second permaban? True. Mods will come at you with pitchforks. Exactly. It's when you basically, like, you put it into perspective. The moderators are just people. A lot of the times, like, these people, they're people. They have day jobs, they have this, they have that, they have all this other stuff. They're just people like you. It's just that they are in charge of making sure things are accurate. That's about it. Like, they're not there to be mean to you. They're not, because the thing is a moderator does not want you to stop running the game. Most of the time, speedrunners do not want to tell other speedrunners not to speedrun. They usually, it's like, oh, another person running my game, awesome! That is generally what happens. So a moderator would still, like, tell you, hey, look, this is how it is, you know, just bear in mind for next time, and blah, blah, blah. They're going to encourage you. They're going to tell you, you know, good job on your first run. I remember when I did this. They might say that, or something like that. They might say something funny. They might say something relatable. It's just people. The speedrunners are people. Moderators are also people. Like, you will get jackasses. I've had some people be, like, really fucking awful to me. But then again, they were in very toxic communities that, like, it just made sense. Crash, I've never seen it. Rayman, I haven't seen it. Bar from one single person that I don't even think is in the community anymore. The person hasn't really been in the community since, like, 2014, so it's been about 10 years. So, really, you just gotta do it. If you want to do it, just do it. And if you don't have the equipment for that particular run, you can either not follow the rules or go to another game. It's pretty straightforward. Speedrunning is not something that you, like, plan out or anything like that. And it's not like some kind of, like, life-altering thing like, ooh, I speedrun every game I play. No. It's just a hobby. You may learn some new skills that may transfer over to other games, but speedrunners are people too. Most of us play games casually, but sometimes, like, we just don't have the time, so we do other things. It's not like fighting games, where fighting games are a little bit more serious, and some people could make, like, proper careers out of playing fighting games or whatnot. That's very different. I would honestly say that fighting games are more competitive than speedrunning. Despite speedrunning seeming to be more competitive in certain aspects. But no, if you want to do it, just go for it. Anything about recording? You just do OBS. You go to OBS. And then you make a window, put it on the window. So if you're doing like a capture card or something, you just put it up there. Or if you don't have that equipment, use a webcam, hit record. OBS is really, really user-friendly. It's very, very, very easy to do. And the thing is we all have gone through that stage. I know exactly how you're feeling, because I started that way too. Just about everybody that goes through like the awkward speedrunning phase is like, I don't know about recording, you know, what if I did this, what if I did that? And then a lot of us just kind of came to the conclusion of like, look, it's very simple. You just record. You do it. You get it done and over with. If you enjoy it, you keep doing it. If not, then you don't. You don't have to hit start streaming. And even if you do, if you don't have the streaming part set up, it does not... It's not going to stream to anything. It's not like... OBS... there's a Twitch app on PS4. But with PS4, you will have to stream. With the PS4 app, you do have to actually stream. Otherwise, you need to get a capture card. And I know some people are going to be like, "Oh, well, oh, that's just like gatekeeping." It's like, well, no, things were much worse back in the day. Stream and make it unlisted? You can't do that for Twitch. I don't know if there's a YouTube stream app. Oh, you can do that? Oh, there you go. Yeah, you could just make it private. Download the video and edit it. If you make it unlisted, people will still be able to see it. That's why it's like... private's better. Unlisted means that that people will still be able to find it, it just will not be on the algorithm. Private means that there's literally no access to it. Not even YouTube themselves can technically access it without special permissions. I mean, it's very clear to me you want to try it. It's very clear to me that you want to try it. And I mean, if you have any questions on like things of like how do I not get my voice on the recording, all this other stuff, you don't need to have a voice. It's just a video game. You don't necessarily need a timer, but you can time it. You need the link to access. Still. For extra security for somebody that has anxiety, private's better. But it is very clear that at least to some degree you wish to try it. And for that reason, it's like, that's why I'm basically saying like, damn it. You fucking asshole. Come on. Oh. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted to do. And yeah, you don't need to be in front of an audience. You don't need X, you don't need Y, you don't need Z, you don't need any of that. It's literally just like, as long as it's recorded. You don't even necessarily need to have the timer in the recording, as long as you time it. Like, I mean, the mods could just look at the, they could just look at the, like, look at the thumbnails and be like, they're probably not going to care if it's slightly inaccurate, unless it's like a very top run. So like if you're off by, you know, even a second or something, they'll probably just look at it and be like, oh, it doesn't matter. Yo, Dio. I do not know a mod that expects perfection from somebody who's starting out. I always did like a 3-strike rule where if it's like, I'll explain to the person what they need to do in the case that, like, if they don't submit something correctly, especially if they're a new runner, I'll be very, very gentle with it, because it's like, well, it's new. You don't know what you're doing. It makes sense. Why should I expect it? Oh, you don't need the timer in the video. If they ask for proof of the timer, you can send a screenshot of the timer. And if they don't believe it, well, the video's recorded. You could just, they can look at it. And if they're suspicious that you're splicing, which you probably aren't, like, they'll just look through the video. It still will take a while, because, like, depending on how they do proof, I don't know how the Rayman runners do proof, but when I was, like, an active mod, we watched the whole video. Unless it was, like, something that was ridiculously long and, like, new. Like, top runs, you should definitely scrutinize very heavily. You should look at them very heavily and basically, like, say, oh, okay, so this is this, blah, 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 who cares? You can add timer in post. You can also do that, yeah. Smarchkin. Damn. I don't care about your stupid shop shit, Discord. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, it's one of those things. If you don't have a microphone plugged in, it's just gonna be gameplay. I mean, I'm pretty sure you don't have to stream with a mic. I've known plenty of people who have done runs micless. I can do streams micless. I just don't like doing it. Oh, the run's been treating me? Not that great. Yeah, you can mute mic if you have it. I do plan on playing the new mod, yeah, but I'd like to get the sub 1020 first. Kaizo mod? Explain Kaizo. Is it another one of those every Wampa's a Nitro thing? Because that's already been done. Why is it made for the NTSC version? That's stupid. I heard it was from Rijiku, which makes a lot of sense. But it's like, really? But there are a lot of Nitros? That sounds boring. Okay. I think I've let this known, but I have no interest in all that stuff. And also, this is not an appropriate place to, like, talk about you making a fan game unannounced. Because, like, I do find that very similar to advertising, and I do not allow that in my stream. Please don't do that. That's strike 2. I'm not interested, and in a chat of like, what, 40 some people, whatnot. I get that you want to get your thing out there, but I'm very, very against fan games in certain aspects. And this is not the appropriate place to do so. You're not the first person, you're probably not going to be the last person to say, I have this fan game, blah, blah, blah. It's like... Because you know what it tells me? It tells me the only reason you're in my chat is to tell people about your fan game. That may not be the only reason why you're here. But that's what that tells the streamer. And if I don't see you come up in my chat again, then I know for a fact that that was the reason why. And that's nothing against you. Apologize if I seem rude, but this is literally that's what it is. And I advise you to be careful in other streams with that. Because you will get banned and you will get far angrier reactions. Or, oh, how nice! And then they won't care. They won't do anything for it. Seen it 1,000 times. And I'm saying this also because for anybody else that is in the chat, to know that, like, this is kind of what happens. I just am not afraid to say, like, exactly what I'm thinking about this. Okay. And I do want to say, it's nothing against you personally, blah, blah, blah. But that's the reality. That's basically what we're working with. That's how Mafia works. Let me see here. I think I have I don't know, maybe another hour left in me before, because I still have to work on one of my projects. I have a project that is due on Tuesday, and then I have the project due on Tuesday. I think I have to do like some kind of recording by the end of tomorrow. Exam on Wednesday? No, wait. Was an exam on Wednesday or exam on Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday. Time split? Function the same? I don't know what time split is. If it times your run, I don't see why it wouldn't be accepted. I've wanted to run, but for whatever reason, I haven't done so. Several. I don't think LiveSplit has a mobile app. I mean, if you really just want to time it, just use your clock app on your phone. You could just do that, and there's nothing wrong with using that. What was a game that I really wanted to do runs for, but I never ended up learning? I'm trying to think here. Oh, that's just a mod. It's a mod that everybody talks about. It's considering it came out yesterday and everybody in the community knows about it. In the speedrunning community specifically. I'm not talking about like a Crash fan game. I'm talking about in the speedrunning community or in the like modding community. It makes sense because it's like talked about in our spaces. That's why it makes sense. That like that's different. And also like it just did. I think you get what I mean. Huh? What? It controls live split remotely? What? What? That kind of sounds invasive. Huh? Why would you even want to do that? Like at that point just... Well, I guess, but... Hey, there we go. I lost about half a second just to collision bullshit. The plus time is behind split, or rather you are slower and minus is ahead. Because it goes by a plus, so that means, like say, if I'm on a run of like 126, right, and it says plus 5, plus 0.5, what that means is it is the timer plus 0.5 seconds. Essentially meaning that you are ahead instead of behind. Or, I mean, you're behind instead of ahead. And essentially, like, if I get a 125, it is the base time minus 0.5. Meaning I am ahead by half a second. The thing is that by using... the words make it way more confusing than it actually is. It makes sense, and like that's one of the reasons why we use colors to indicate if it's like a positive or a negative. I use Crash Bandicoot relic colors. So anybody that's like familiar with Crash Bandicoot would at least be able to understand, you know, like, understand the color code. But a lot of times it's just green. Does the app... You don't need to download an app. I mean, you could just use your phone clock if you really want to. But the clock will not tell you, like, delta. See, like, I am plus 8.9. So I am 8.9, or 0.89 seconds slower than my PB right now. Yeah, it's actually more for the runner. Like, it can, be useful for a moderator if a run is under scrutiny. But most runs are not going to be under scrutiny. Most runs are just going to be like normal runs, and all they really need to know is, like, did you start? Did you time it correctly? And it doesn't really matter, because all they have to do is check the start and the end. Jeez, I've been doing really bad on this split today. That is the first fucking time I have gotten this today. And I'm like 2 more seconds behind. I jumped too early. Yeah, it's all of like the live split stuff. It's not for I can't do another run right now because I have to help my mom bring the dog in. Most of the stuff you have on live split is for viewers. My stuff is all for me. Like, all of the information does not matter because as long as the viewers know I'm ahead or behind to some degree, who cares? The only person that knows whether the run is dead or not is me. I know what thresholds I have. And that's not saying I don't care about the people in my chat, but rather it's like, all this information is for me to gauge if my run's dead or not. Or, like, what is possible. I don't really care as much about, like, whether I'm ahead or behind, as much as it is, like, if I am behind, how far am I behind? Am I within acceptable limits, or am I not within acceptable limits? If I'm not, then I reset. And if I am, if it is acceptable, then I don't reset. Huh? That was weird. Where do I see my splits in my point of view? So basically, like, I have 4 monitors. I have a, I actually have a sideways monitor that I added to my setup. I have my game literally right in front of me, and then my left monitor has my chat, and then above my chat is my, above that, I have my live split. I do have 4, yeah. I mean, the one that's above my main monitor is actually just a backup for like, where I put all my other stuff and where all of, when I need more space. Or, like, say, for example, if I'm streaming, and, you know, my main monitor is being used up, that's essentially where all of my apps go when I open them up. So that way I just know where they are. I don't actually use it for anything other than that. And sometimes I have it for Discord when I need to check stuff. But, when I'm not streaming, I usually do not have the fourth monitor on, unless I'm reading manga. Because that monitor is only really open for chat, and it's specifically for reading vertically. I actually initially wanted to get rid of it, because it's kind of crappy, but it works for, like, something that I can use vertically, since it's like since it's a flat and not a curved. See, the annoying part about me not reaching Antagony is that I'm having a good streak with Antagony. While speedrunning? Oh, hell no. Like, I mean, if you basically look at this, which that mistake doesn't really matter. It's most likely not gonna happen during a run. Oops. I could read manga while speedrunning, actually. I mean, the thing is like, I can read chat while running. So, but I wouldn't have any way to, like, scroll it. And my mom's here, so hang on. Back. Sustain, if you want to get Dio... If you want Dio to have a new Xbox, why don't you buy it, and why don't you buy it yourself? Sustain L. You gotta take one for the team. That's why I had to carry a 70-pound dog in the house because it's raining and she's scared of the rain. He's a European. He has a lot of money. Sustain's like, don't tempt me, motherfucker. Yo, Kim. That's on another one? You mean the one that I got 2 days ago? See, this is the thing that's annoying. Is that, like... The reason why I came into... like, doing runs today was because I practiced a little bit of Antagony, and I was, like, getting Antagony rather consistently. But I have to actually get to Antagony first. Outside of that, I did get my fastest run ever yesterday. I had a really, really good run that entered Antagony. It was like 7. It was a really, really good run. And then I think I also got like a run. My last run of yesterday was like super good. Now, I don't know, I guess I didn't really talk about it. We have a new estimate on when I'm gonna be able to move downstairs. It is possible that by this weekend I will be downstairs. Took you 4 hours to complete Twins casually. How the game has evolved in the speedrunning community. This is pretty normal with a lot of speedrunning, actually. Fucking life hitbox is bullshit. You haven't been lucky, you always fuck up somewhere. Yeah, I know, right? That's one of the reasons why I really hope that I don't have to, like, that we don't separate, cursed route in any cursed route and, standard route. Because, like, if we have to do, if we separate them, then we can't say that 100% is faster than the first recorded any percent. It kind of like ruins the authenticity of it. Of course, if that's what the community wants, then it's fine, but it still would be a shame. Okay, not bad. Oh, you fucker. Fuck you. But yes, so, there's a good chance that I will be moved downstairs by the end of this week, which will be very nice. I will have, like, my own space. I'll have a lot more space, actually. I will have a lot more ability to organize my shit. I'll have more privacy too. That's like actually huge. Is having privacy. Dude, look how slow this is. I'm not accepting 2.5. And also, in case anybody is curious as to what my goal is for anti-agony right now. What the fuck did the nut just do? Right now, my anti-agony goal is sub 7. Sub 7 with ball glitch. If I get sub 7 with ball glitch, then, so let's say, right, I get to the warp at 313, or like, let's just say 315, right? I'm plus 1.5. I can get a 715. The 715, or a 1015, sorry. 1015 warp skip, or 1015, any percent. Okay, that took my fucking hands ages just to do. 1015 is a really fucking good run. Alright, take it easy. Yo, James, thanks for the good luck. Oh man, I hate this, like, streak thing. You know, okay, I don't like the whole streak thing, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't announce it, but to me, it kind of just is a weird incentive to, like, watch a streamer consistently. Which is good for like, you know, for concurrent views and whatnot, but, like, to me, it's like, dude, it's obvious what the site is doing in terms of, like, just trying to make viewers stay. And then just basically, like, flex, like, oh, I've watched your stream 70 days in a row! I know somebody that had like a 70-day watch streak and lost it and flipped their fucking shit. And I've known a couple of people who have literally only watched my stream or lurked in my stream specifically for the streak. And then once that streak broke, they stopped coming in. I think it's kind of toxic, but kind of wild. I mean, okay, so I could be very fair. I could be very fair about that. That person was okay, Sustain, that is actually really toxic. That's actually toxic. Very toxic. I would allow Dio to bop you for 10 minutes. For that. That's actually, like, very toxic. Even as a joke. Although I am kind of curious to know what it was. Sestate is literally doing the $5 is $5 thing. That's crazy. Oh, I just lost 3 seconds. Nope. No, that's it. That is an Xbox for $40. I mean, how do you know the Xbox is legitimate though? I don't think Facebook Marketplace has the same like securities that eBay has, for example. Crash, you fucking held the nut and then you just dropped it. Let him cook? No, I'm not gonna let him cook because I've been in that situation before. Because I have had people tell me back when I didn't have any money, like, dude, it's just $20. It's like, well, I don't have $20. And then they just look at me and it's just like, get a job. Which I now understand why I was so opposed to getting a job before. Because of all of the conditions that I have. It's not a lot, but still, it's like, I understand that is actually the biggest reason why I didn't want to go, because it's like, I know that my body can't take that much physical stress. And I was like, well, if any kind of job I get would be like that unless I get a degree. It's... Some people have specific circumstances. Also, yeah, one does not simply get a job in 2024. That's also very true. Job hunting is actually the worst it has ever been. At least in Western societies, job hunting has been like the worst it has ever been in recorded history for Western society. That's why I say Western society. Sustain, you also live in Finland. You get benefits whether you work or not. It's not a fair comparison. No, Western society means any place that's not, any place that's not Russia. Not always. Sustain. You do not understand how good you have it in Finland. Like, do you know what happens if you are jobless in the United States and you haven't had a job? You're homeless. You don't have anything. You're dead. You get no health care. You get no benefits. Nobody will hire you because they're like, why haven't you gotten a job? And the government does not pay for your shit unless you can prove you can't. It is better. What I'm saying is that you can't say that as a mean. It looks like a flex, and that's not cool to do. Especially when you know you have people here who, like me or Dio, who do not get those kinds of things. You see where I'm coming from with this? And you would say, oh, well, Dio's from Canada. Canada does not work that differently from the United States in this regard. It's better. It is better, I will tell you. It is better than the United States, but that's not by much. A lot of places in Europe are better with these kinds of things. But also, on the reverse end of things, a lot of people have started, ever since COVID in the United States, they tried to really like take advantage of the system. So it has made it more difficult for people who actually need those benefits to not be able to get them, while the other people that have basically, like, you know, forced their doctors to get them, say that they have some kind of illness so they could get benefits and play the system, have basically, like, ruined it for a lot of people that actually need it. United States is pretty fucked. Everywhere is getting pretty fucked, and it's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. The entire American side, the Americas are just fucked. There we go. I mean, you can always find a way, but okay. Okay, you dropped one of my inputs. Cool. I don't know how that made it, but whatever. No. We are not cooking. Yeah. There we go. I don't know why I'm doing so horribly on that second split, but whatever, it's fine. Oh, come on, man. About 2 seconds is fine. Okay. I accept it. I accept it. Okay. No! Damn it! Fuck you! Really? That's so fucking stupid. I don't know how to prevent that yet. What? Really, dude? Iopra. The fuck? Why did one of my runs at 97 lives? None of my runs have 97 lives. That's a save file. Save file for practice. You would never get up to that many lives when you're doing a run. Not in Twins. Crash 2 maybe, but not in Twins. You can't encounter that many lives in a run. It's not possible. I'm surprised you only looked at the one with 97 and not the 2 with, or the 3 with 99. Really? Buenas, ¿qué tal? Vaya. I was... No, I was... If the timer's going, then it's a run. If the timer's not going, it's not a run. And if I have way too many lives and I'm dying more than I usually do, then I'm probably practicing. El día de hoy estoy enfadado. Extremadamente enfadado. Pero es que tengo una buena noticia, por lo menos. Es que voy a, no sé cómo se dice, quizá voy a mudar al sótano este finde. O sea, mi habitación es muy pequeña. Y el... No sé cómo se dice, porque pues... literalmente todo. A new gaming room. Basically, yeah. Are you kidding, dude? Exacto, al sótano. Es que no voy a mudar a otra casa, pero al sótano. No. De hecho, estoy sentado en la silla en que normalmente duermo. Es que me duermo en silla, no en una cama. Es por alguna razón en una enfermedad que tengo yo. Creo que es apnea de duerme. No sé cómo se dice, pero es que puedo respirar más bien en la silla en lugar de una cama. English, please. Have you read the title of my stream? It does say English and Spanish. I am the person who dictates what can happen in my stream. If you would be so kind as to not dictate which language we are using, because some of my viewers do not speak English, and some of them don't speak Spanish. No sé. De hecho, no sé. Sinusitis. Ah. F. Сука, блядь. Damn it, Smart. I thought you hated it when when people said swear words in Russian. Oh, by the way, smart kid, I found this VTuber who is half Russian. So let's see. You got used to it after doing your job? I found this this half Russian VTuber, and she's pretty cool. I may share if you were to be so inclined. To use it. See, Axel knows who I'm talking about. She has grandma energy. It's kind of funny. Pues espero que vayas a vayas a sentirte bien temprano. Nuestro destino, exacto. Okay, so Axel, I do have some good news, since you know Zarin came over today. So it is very possible that, yeah, he came over today, and it is very possible that I can move into the basement by the end of the week. Damn it. Can't do that. Do I speak a certain dialect of what? Spanish? I speak Spanish. With a little bit of Latino influence, but that's just because of the fact that, like, that's just the Spanish I learned. Supposedly I'm starting to, like, be semi-convincing, depending on what I'm saying. And to where I can almost trick a Spaniard into thinking I'm Spanish sometimes, depending on what I say. No se cura. Spanish is all the same. Is the same. Pues es que no puedes decirlo. Literalmente, el pajillo, obviamente, en México es algo diferente. Pues obviamente. Pero es que un amigo me dijo que hoy a veces yo o sea, mi acento suena un poquito de España. A veces es difícil. O sea, a veces le parezco un español. A veces. You thought I were a native speaker? No. So I speak Spanish because I wanted to learn it? Yeah. I am a second language learner. I learned it in high school. It's like a fat, yeah, but bajillo in Spain just means straw. And then of course there's bombilla. Bombilla. which is just the straw used to drink mate. Bombisha, yeah. It's because in Argentina, they pronounce the y sound like a sh. Sorbete. Ah, sorbete. Eso conozco. Esa palabra conozco. Stop skipping the cutscene? No. Pues es que cuando estuviera en México, voy a decir estro. Porfa, me traes un estro, por favor. Obviamente la gente... Estro. Es como se pronuncia en inglés. Estro. ¿Cómo se dice eso en inglés? La gente se dice straw. Yo pronuncio como straw. Aguante boca. No. Pero es que mucha gente quizá, o sea, tal vez cree que se pronuncia como straw, pero no. Straw. Thanks for the good luck on the runs. Straw, pero no. La A W es... En inglés normalmente se pronuncia como la O. O la A. Straw. Ah, sí, a veces con la L. A veces con la L. Porque mucha gente en inglés la vocal O es compuesta, o sea, con la L. Es difícil explicarlo bien, pero ¿cómo se dice exactamente? Pero el diptongo, por ejemplo, es algo diferente. Está compuesto de la O y la U. Por ejemplo, hello. Este diptongo no es con la L, pero la O. O sea, queda La palabra que se dice en español es la O cierra en lugar de la O abierta. Como la de italiano. Son lo mismo técnicamente, pero la O abierta en inglés, literalmente es un diptongo. Hello. Algo así. Blow. Pero por ejemplo, bowl. B-O-W-L. Bowl. Con la O cierra. Bowl, exacto. También en inglés tenemos la E cierra y la E abierta. Pero... Bowl. No, 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 no. No. Eso es de los hispanohablantes. Los angloparlantes se pronuncia como bowl. Casi todo el mundo se pronuncia como bowl. Vaya. Pues la misma con la E. La E... La E cierra. Es como E. Como bet. Pero la abierta es... con diptongo. No, no, no. Sí, sí, es diptongo. Como bait. Pero... se delantea como... B-A-I-T. Bait. O hate. Straight. Pero en términos angloparlantes, por ejemplo, tenemos la I larga y la I corta. La I larga es como la de español, pero es larga. Por ejemplo, beat en lugar de bit. Bit es la I corta. Y es muy corta. La I larga es larga. Beat. Por ejemplo, beach versus beach. Beach versus bitch. La duración de la vocal se importa muchísimo para nosotros. Oh, sí, tenemos palabras de género, pero normalmente son de los pronombres. Pero tenemos el concepto exactamente, pero no se refleja en la gramática. Por ejemplo, el coche, normalmente para los angloparlantes, es de una mujer, por alguna razón. Por ejemplo, un coche muy bueno. Ella es preciosa. She is beautiful. Pero no se refleja en la gramática. The conversation sounds sus. It's not sus. I'm explaining phonetics in English, but I'm explaining them in Spanish. And also, you just said, like, it's weird that English doesn't have gendered words, and we do have gendered words, but with our pronouns are declensed, but we also have the concept of gender, just not grammatical. Se conoce como palabra femenina en inglés. Sí, exacto. Pero es difícil describirlo porque no es reflejado en la gramática. Un nave, por ejemplo, es femenino, no sé por qué. O sea, el mundo, por alguna razón, es femenino, no sé por qué. I was explaining basically like the differences between open E and closed E and open I and closed I. For example, beach, which is a long I. Bitch. Exacto, es difícil. Y no sé por qué, pero mucha gente de aquí se ponen nombres en sus objetos. Por ejemplo, el coche quizá la PC, algo así. Pero los coches literalmente se ponen nombres femeninos. Un amigo mío, a ver, se llama Therin. Su coche se llama Betsy. Es un nombre femenino. Es divertido, ¿no? No sé exactamente, pero ten en cuenta que el idioma inglés es un idioma germánico de alemán. O sea, originalmente había género. Sí, como en Cars. Sí. Yo digo en serio. Yo lo he dicho en serio. Pero sí, no se refleja en la gramática. Pero técnicamente tenemos el concepto. Pues es que no sé exactamente por qué un coche es femenino. O por qué una piedra es masculino. No sé. No sé. De hecho, no sé. Porque no se refleja en la gramática. Pero tenemos en concepto, o sea, cuando pensamos en ello, es masculino o femenino. Femenino. Pero creo que si, si los nativos de japonés, por ejemplo, tal vez no piensan en ello. Nada. Porque no tienen en su lengua propia, en su propia lengua, ese concepto. Es interesante, ¿no? Por eso los angloparlantes, cuando siempre es masculino en español, en la roca. Exacto. Pero es que quizá en nuestras historias de fantasía, por ejemplo, los enanos normalmente creo que se llaman enanos, a ver, muy con miden muy bajos, tienen barbas muy fuertes, algo así. Y normalmente son ingenieros. No sé exactamente cómo se llama. Pero quizá normalmente con su tecnología es, es hecha de bajitos, quizá. Es hecho de piedras. Es hecho de rocas. Es que en el concepto, la piedra es masculino, quizá por la historia. Y no sé exactamente. Chaparro, enanismo. Déjame buscarla. Es enano. Thanks for the good luck. Es un raíz de la fantasía, como no sé cómo se dice, exacto. Pero en la fantasía fantasía medieval, o sea, en la época medieval, o sea, en la Edad Media, con los caballeros, las princesas, los caballos, ¿cómo se llama? Dwarf. Se delantea como DWARF. Dwarf. O sea, sí, sí conoces el juego que se llama Deep Rock Galactic. Está lleno de los enanos. Ah, vale. Eso no sé. This fucking sends me. That's actually fucking funny. That's actually fucking funny. Holy shit. Because I was trying to explain to him, because I don't know the term for dwarf in Spanish. And because the only thing for the term for dwarf in Spanish that I could look up is enano. Porque es divertido. ¿El juego o lo que he dicho? Es que el moderador Deo Jump, es que ¿por qué he cambiado el idioma de español a inglés? De repente, o sea, inmediatamente. Es que, oh, vaya, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué ha pasado? Estoy escuchando español y de repente he escuchado inglés de un título de un juego que conozco. ¡Joder! Me daba sorpresa. Sorpresa. Vaya si me daba sorpresa. Eso ha dicho, tío. Y yo obviamente me hizo gracia. Pero literalmente, si lo traduzco literalmente. Estás hablando en español y de repente Deep Rock Galactic. ¿Cómo cojones me ha enviado? No sé exactamente cómo traducirlo, pero sent me es como me ha enviado. O sea, es algo que a alguien hacerse gracia, muchísima gracia. Y sorpresa también. Hacerse sorpresa, o sea, darse sorpresa y hacerse gracia al mismo tiempo. Roca profunda galáctica. Quizá, no sé, pero suena raro. Pero esos conceptos a nosotros son muy masculinos. Todo, todo es este juego. Okay, so gentlemen. By gentlemen, I mean Dio and Axel. I'm explaining to Franco, right? That even though we don't have this in our grammar, why in the fuck do we call... Why the fuck are cars female? Why do we call them Betsy? Like, Zarin calls his car Betsy, for example. Why the fuck is it masculine? Or why the fuck is it, like, feminine? And why the fuck is it that if we have a rock, we would be like, I'll name him Ted? Like, why is rock masculine? Because we treat them with respect. That could actually be it. I believe it's actually like an origin, like it originates from the fact that, like, I believe it's because back in the day when English was Anglo-Saxon, you know, more of a Germanic language. Yeah, we do the same with boats, exactly. Boats are feminine. Why? It's like, so I was trying to explain to him with, like, this weird thing, like, I think the reason why we call, like, rocks masculine is because, like, the fantasy stories with dwarves and, like, they work with, like, this technology, they're, like, fucking beefed the fuck out. They got beards, they're fucking, like, strong as shit, and they make awesome technology out of rocks. And so, that was my thing of, like, I think that's why we would consider, like, rocks masculine. Because of the association with, like, dwarves, which are considered very masculine and manly. And I'm just like, you know, that sounds like an awesome thing. But yeah, boats, Mother Earth, for example. Like, we have the concepts of, like, gendered words, per se, but it's not reflected in our grammar. Is basically what I have been going on this whole spiel about, is like, we have those concepts, we just don't... It could be a respect thing. It very well could be. But I just thought that it would be an interesting thing to bring it up. O eso es que he explicado porque... O sea, he preguntado a estos caballeros, estos gentlemen, ¿por qué es femenino? ¿Por qué el nave o el coche es femenino? Oh. ¿Y por qué el mundo, o sea, no sé cómo se dice, la madre Gaia? ¿Es Gaia? No sé cómo se dice, no sé cómo se dice en español. Estos caballeros, exacto. Do with English being more direct, it has nothing to do with that. It's way easier to refer to someone in a neutral way. Portuguese, all are gendered. So here's an interesting way to think about that. In terms of, like, gendered language, with when it's reflected in that nave es femenino en español, la nave. Interesante. So it's like this, right? The reason why Latin has, or Latin-based languages have gendered language is not because, like, we focus on the masculine and feminine, but rather creating a relation between words. So, like, say, for example, you have a noun and an adjective which are at different points in the sentence, but you know which word it is connected to because of the fact that you know that one is masculine and maybe the other is feminine. So because of that, you are capable of creating a relationship between those two words because they agree with each other. and it is much easier to know if, like, you broke apart your sentence and you're talking about two different things, and you know which one you are describing using one over the other. That doesn't mean that it always works that way, but it does make sense from that standpoint of, like, okay, so these words just agree with each other in those ways. So you have relationships between those two. But that doesn't necessarily mean, like, masculine, feminine. Rather, it's masculine, feminine, and neuter. And some languages only have, like, Swedish has gender, but it's not masculine, feminine. It's, like, common and neuter. I don't really look at it as, like, unless it matters, if you know what I mean. Like, if you want to know whether a cat is male or female, and you ask, like, oh, es un gato. Okay, you just know it's masculine. Outside of that, it's just tendencies. And sometimes it does get annoying because it's like, okay, why the fuck is hand masculine? I mean, why the fuck is hand feminine? Why the fuck is foot masculine? I don't know. That's just how the language is. I don't like to think about those concepts because, like, it makes a lot of sense from a linguistic standpoint, but mind you, I think about these things from a linguistic point of view rather than any other point of view, because that's just my thing, because I like to look at it from a linguistic standpoint, or like a more of a scientific standpoint, and anything else is just what humans attach to the language. It's better to kind of look at it from the more scientific point of view, because the more you kind of apply concepts to something that was never designed to have those concepts, the more you're just gonna get upset. Which is kind of like how, like, slurs and taboo words basically can turn into terms of endearment or, like, become nothing of what they used to be. But at the same time, people kind of take those the wrong way anyways, even if they have lost their original meanings. And words and everything change over time, and you looking at it from, like, I don't know if holistic is the best way to talk about it, but from a scientific standpoint, it's much better to kind of, like, take those into concept, and it's like, well, it's just how it is. If it doesn't do something that's just not of your liking, you can't change it, because languages don't work that way. I'm also saying this to, like, say, in the case that other people kind of feel a certain way about a language, know that it's never the language's fault. If somebody uses a language in a bad way, it's rather the fault of the holder. Like, guns don't kill people. And it just changes over time. Like, if it dictates that it'll change in a way, like, say, things will become neutral, whatever, or both masculine, interesting. She must be fun to deal with. True. But airship is feminine. What the fuck? I think it's masculine in Spanish. El dirigible? La dirigible? No sé. La dirigible? Dirigible. Vaya putísima mierda. There's different words for each gender in the count of the thing. Interesting. El dirigible. So it's masculine in Spanish. El bote. Oh, nave. Also, it is very interesting. Portuguese is closer to Old Spanish than Spanish is. It retains a lot of old features, especially old pronunciations. For example, pronunciation changing, which, you know, like in Portuguese, the O becoming an U, which I can't really think of anything in specific, but I know that E becoming an E and the O becoming an U, that was something that also happened in Old Spanish. But for some reason, Spanish stopped doing that. But Portuguese retained that pronunciation. Galician and Portuguese actually also got rid of the L sound in the infinitives. So, you know, like, what is it, like, I forget. But that was a change that happened in Galician and Spanish, or Galician and Portuguese, but not in Spanish. For some reason that happened. Don't know why. I think it was because Spanish had a lot more Arabic. Yeah, Portuguese is closer. I mean, Spanish is has had the most Arabic influence out of all of the Latin-based languages, which is probably why its pronunciation's more regular and the speech is so quick. Because those are features of Arabic. And I believe Portuguese and Galician had a lot more Celtic influence. Español que inglés. Thanks for the GGs. No, pues sí, es verdad. Yeah, something you're not able to do at all. It took me 7 years to be able to produce it, actually. Es verdad, pero las vocales de japonés no son exactamente parecidas de español. Especialmente la U. En japonés es E. Y las vocales son más... ¿Cómo se dice exactamente? No sé exactamente, pero... en español son muy fuertes. En lugar de japonés, los de japonés son más suaves de español que español. Y los consonantes de japonés son más fuertes. Más fuertes que español. Son aspirados. O sea, se llama la aspiración. Pues es que en español no hay mucha aspiración. O sea, la aspiración es que es un susurro, creo. O sea, es que se hace el consonante y al mismo tiempo hay una respiración. O sea, si voy a aspirar mis consonantes, ese concepto es la aspiración. Y hay mucha aspiración en japonés, menos que en inglés, pero hay aspiración. Y por eso, no. No, I'm talking about aspiration. The thing is that consonants in Japanese are more aspirated than Spanish. But less than English. For example, I mean, a lot of the p sounds and k and t sounds in English are those are aspirated consonants because they are accompanied by a puff of air. Depending. So like, if I say the word tough, for example, you can hear the t. Or present. I don't say present. I say present. Crab. K. That is an aspirated sound. But if I were to say stuff in Japanese, for example, like arigato, you can hear the t sound slightly. It's not as strong. Or like baka. You can hear the aspiration. But if I were to say the same thing in Spanish, vaca, you can hear that I'm making contact, but I'm not really pushing my air out when I'm saying vaca versus baka. And if I were to say it like in an English pronunciation, it would be baka. And I was also saying that the vowel sounds are they're sharper in Spanish than they are in Japanese. In Japanese, they're more fluid, and you can also almost reduce the vowel a lot of times to where you can reduce the vowels. In Spanish, vowels are very, very, very strict. They don't change very much, except for the A vowel. And that's mostly in Spain. In other places, like, they don't change as much. In Spanish, there are 4 different general qualities of the A vowel, but there are very few differences between anything other than A. What am I using to learn Japanese? I'm going to classes. I'm taking classes. Outside of that, I'm just watching stuff. Understand a lot of other languages, Spanish, Italian, and English, yeah. Un japonés intentando hacer acento mexicano. Pues sí, especialmente los japoneses con los alófonos se llaman alófonos. La L y la R, o sea, líquidos y rticos, no sé cómo se dice, pero los sonidos L's y los sonidos R's son alófonos en japonés, o sea, en su mente es el mismo sonido. Por ejemplo, en español hay 2 sonidos, gua y wa. son el mismo sonido en la mente de los hispanohablantes. Pero para nosotros, los angloparlantes son diferentes. Pero para angloparlantes, la D y la R son el mismo. Y por eso muchos gringos y muchos, pues, angloparlantes en general, en lugar de la D, se pronuncia algo con la R. Por ejemplo, lado. A veces muchos muchos angloparlantes se dice lado en lugar de lado. Porque para nosotros es el mismo sonido. Es el concepto de los alófonos. Por eso, la L y la R para los japoneses son el mismo sonido. Es interesante, ¿no? Yeah, Portuguese is Portuguese is very different because there is vowel deletion, which does happen in some Spanish accents, but very few. It happens a lot in Japanese, actually, and it also happens a lot in Russian, sort of. Well, vowel deletion doesn't happen in Russian, but vowel deletion happens in Portugal Portuguese, which it doesn't happen in Brazilian Portuguese usually. In Brazilian Portuguese, you have what is called consonant mutation, where consonant and vowel mutation, where basically like you would have a t sound at the during an unstressed vowel, or an unstressed syllable. For example, like a te becoming a chi. Like, I know this isn't necessarily true, but obrigado. What?
Why did you load the trash can full of cardboard?
Cleaning the basement.
I told you last week not to do that.
I thought you told me to put it in the trash can.
No, not trash can. So now I got out.
Okay. Looking the exact opposite, but whatever. He fucking yelled at me for having stuff not be put in the fucking trash can, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, you don't need to put it in the trash can because it makes me mad. Fucking hell. Can't do anything, right? Exacto. Pero es que son... O sea, hay clases de consonantes. Por ejemplo, los líquidos. O sea, los consonantes que son de la lengua. Por ejemplo, la L sound. La U. El sonido de la L que se usa en español. L. O sea, la U es que se usa en portugués e inglés. Algo así. La ya, que se usa en el español antiguo. Y en algunos acentos en inglés. Es que es pronunciado como así de... ¿cómo se dice? El padre de... Martin Sheen. At least 2 languages? Damn. Like São Paulo? Yeah. A lot of times, the sounds are like of a similar class. A good example is like ul and ul, which are liquids. R, ra are rhotics. Rhotic sounds or are colored it's not 3 unless you're talking about Portugal. Hang on, I need to see. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's 3. We are supposed to take 2 semesters of foreign language in the United States for whatever fucking reason. We only take like 2 semesters of a foreign language, and the thing is like, for obviously Americans don't learn. They don't really learn other languages very well. And there's also another thing which kind of pisses me off a lot, is that a lot of Americans will learn a language for ego. I talked about this before, but it's like a lot of Americans will learn language for ego, and just basically to show off. Like say, oh, I know how to speak French. And then, you know, show off to people like, oh yeah, look at me, I'm so good, I'm so smart. It's like, okay. And I just kind of sit here and it's like, okay, but can you speak with a native? I know at least one person that's in the Japanese program at my university that is actually like doing this thing. I know he's doing it specifically for ego. Come back to Halo speedrunning? I do not know. That is an interesting question. It's not off the table. Dime. Tal vez no tengo respuesta, pero... Oops. Oh, do I think I'll go back to it? I probably will. Eventually. I was gonna do CE, but playing on mouse and keyboard hurts the fuck out of my hands. It's because of what I was saying before about, you know, having a pain disorder and stuff. A ver. O sea, ¿he malentendido? ¿O qué? Oye, eso, yo siempre tuve una duda que cambia entre la versión de Play 2 y Xbox, aparte del ambiente gris. Sí, hay diferencia. Algunos polígonos no se pueden subir para... No hay diferencia. Ok, vale. Para explicarlo, es sobre creo que es las estimaciones eh, de los coordenados. O sea, la matemática en el juego es que... Ah, vale. ¿Cómo explicarlo? Ok, si... ¿Cómo, cómo sabe el juego la ubicación de Crash? Obviamente es de la matemática. Hay algunos números en coordenados, en los axis X, Y y Z, ¿verdad? Y según la matemática, es que hay unas estimaciones de cuál es el número de los coordenadas. Pero la diferencia no está en los polígonos, pero está en cómo estimar la matemática de los coordenados entre la Play 2 y Xbox. Y por eso hay, por ejemplo, Xbox Legends y algo así. La diferencia no está en los polígonos, pero la estimación de la matemática de los coordenadas. Tienen que ver con las colisiones. Exacto, exacto. Por ejemplo, cada frame, ¿verdad? El juego está calculando, o sea, estimando de dónde ubica Crash con las coordenadas, ¿verdad? O sea, es la matemática. Cada frame, por, por la velocidad, y algo así. La velocidad de... al- básicamente algo así. Y por eso, según la matemática de cualquier consola, es algo diferente. O sea, en Crash Twinsanity, por alguna razón, no sé cómo se dice. No sé por qué, pero literalmente. Y no sé exactamente, pero en la Play 2, las estimaciones son diferentes, no sé. Pero teóricamente, ¿verdad? Teóricamente, había, o sea, hubiera otros leches, no sé cómo se dice leches en español, pero leches de Play 2 que no se puede montar en la Xbox. Teóricamente. En la realidad, no hemos descubierto. Pero, teóricamente, hubiera. Es interesante, ¿no? ¿Entendéis? ¿Entendéis lo que quiero decir? Es que es extremadamente difícil explicarlo bien en español porque me falta el vocabulario. Puedo explicarlo bien, extremadamente bien en inglés. Es muy fácil porque obviamente sé el vocabulario que necesito utilizar. Pero es que en el pasado, em, intentaba explicarlo y la gente no, la gente me dijo, ¿qué? No tiene sentido. Está bien, perro. Ay, no mames, güey. Vete de aquí. No, no sea mal pedo, güey. No me lo digas, carnal. Ando bien Felipe con mis tenis, güey. Chale, güey. Suena chico. Green. Exacto, exacto. ¿Cómo hubiera sido la versión de la GameCube? No sé, pero teórica. Creo que hay pruebas, o sea, la evidencia de en que creo que sería casi lo mismo de Xbox. Y eso, a ver, en Spiro a Hero Style, ¿verdad? Em, la versión de la versión de la Play 2 es totalmente diferente en, en la colisión y algo así que Xbox y GameCube. Creo que por eso, quizá, o sea, tal vez. Thank you, appreciate it. Tal vez sería, o sea, tal vez fuera lo mismo si estara en GameCube. Thanks, Dio. Sorry, I'm like explaining a lot of like fairly difficult concepts in Spanish, and I do not have the vocabulary to explain. So I'm like grasping at straws, like, what the fuck? How the fuck do I say this shit in Spanish? Because I'm like, basically the guy was like asking like, okay, so what is different between the polygons between Xbox and PlayStation 2, and I had to explain, without knowing how to say this, by the way, that it's not the polygons, but rather it is the mathematics behind the way the game calculates your coordinates, your position, and I had to basically explain, at least from like a basic point of view, like the way that the game works. It's like you have 3 coordinates on a 3D geometric plane. Basically, like, the game has to do calculations to know where Crash is, and both consoles have different ways of calculating those coordinates, which is why you have Xbox Legends. And theoretically, there are PS2 Legends. Sí. Pues es que... A ver, gracias por la suerte. En español de España. No, pero he visto las escenas y no me gustan. No me gustaron. Es fácil. Demasiado fácil. La locura del cristal. No, suena raro, ¿verdad? Vaya. What glitch works on Xbox that doesn't on PS2? Nothing. Yo también. There is nothing that can be done on one version that cannot be done on another, except for crash preventions, and nothing really matters because eventually it crashes on Xbox too. There are these phantom ledges that happen when things intersect. Hey, hang on. I have seen save warping happen on NTSC 1.0. Thank you very much. So, that is a version difference, not a console difference. Shut the fuck up. I saw it in Potty stream, man. You can't make this shit up. So his brain automatically tunes out. Potty isn't a real person, you can't gaslight me. No, es falso, falso. No es un hecho, no es un hecho, no es un verdadero hecho. Cierra la jodida boca. No. Sí se sale, pero... Eso te he explicado. Es que... Según la matemática... Es diferente. Sí se sale, se puede, pero... Es extremadamente raro hacerlo en la Play 2. Se puede, sí, se puede. Oh, sí, sí, se puede. 1000 veces. 1000 veces por uno. Pero sí, se puede. Por eso... A ver. La probabilidad es... muy poca. Muy poca. Punto. 1%. Algo así. Para un speedrun... Pues obviamente sí. No deberías hacerlo en un speedrun. Pero... Es un hecho que se puede en la Play 2. Pero normalmente se dice no es viable. O sea, no tenemos la habilidad de usarlo lógicamente en un speedrun. Es más verdad. No, corrida rápida es otra cosa, hijo de puta. No digas eso, tío, joder. Deja las gilipolleces, tío, joder. Eso es otra cosa. Sí, pero es que se puede. O sea, lo pude hacerlo. O sea, he podido hacerlo. Es posible, pero no es viable. Según la probabilidad, no se puede. Pero, verdaderamente se puede. No es imposible. No malentendáis. Se puede. Pero según la matemática del juego, por Xbox es viable. O sea, se puede lógicamente. O sea, tiene sentido que vas a hacerlo en lugar de la Play 2. Sí, eso, esa strat es más viable para la Play 2. El árbol gigante. ¿De dónde está ubicado? ¿Al lado de la escena? Pues es que depende de la versión. Hay un árbol gigante en la primera versión, pero en otras no. Para evitar la escena de Cortex, no. No, 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 no. Es otra cosa. Abajo de la montaña. Ok, vale, vale, vale. Eso existe en toda versión. Pues hay otra versión en que al lado... Buenas. Gracias por la suerte. Al lado de... ¿Cómo se dice? Los demás son árboles normales. Pues es que existe otro en la primera versión para subir al vecino pájaro. Pero solo existe en la primera versión y nada más. Estoy cansado. En la montaña de la granja. Pues es que... Esta strat es muy fácil. Es muy fácil hacerlo. Creo que no puedo continuar. Estoy cansado. Estoy demasiado cansado. I'm tired. I'm really fucking tired. I'm gonna end the stream. It's a shame I was not capable of getting anything that I wanted today, but well, it's fine. We are going to raid Kobaltsky. So if anybody from Twitch wants to go to where he is, please go and greet him. I'm going to get the raid going soon. Give me 1 second. He is running Rayman 3. Vale, nos vemos. Gracias por pasaros. Thanks for stopping by.